paragraph 26 on surrender of site. The last paragraph says any property left on the site after blank days following the termination of this agreement will be deemed to have been abandoned by tenant and may be retained by landlord. I know the commission is not a big on recovering items, and I understand that this is like a stock lease agreement because you don't have a lot of the things filled out, but should there be some language there that if Reed is not unable and then the property owner is unable to maintain this facility, that we get our equipment back, or at least we're notified that the equipment, we're given first right of refusal and authority on what to do with the equipment.
Well, with it not being the actual property, I don't know how you would put a title restriction on that, but maybe our legal department can chime in on that idea. But I think coming with a 490 grant, as you said, we're really not interested in having it back, but I think we have some level of controlling interest throughout the life of the grant or the project.
It looks ambiguous. It's any property, it doesn't say personal, and I know leases are for the land. So maybe something to look into if awarded, and something to just clarify with legal.
So I guess my question, and yes, we should get a legal opinion. My question would be if things did go completely sideways and the project is basically in default of the grant, wherever the inheriting or successive owner of the property would be, they liable? Who do we get the grant money back from? We don't want the building.
Well, it's attached to land, so I don't think you get it back.
Really, in this grant, the only person, because this gentleman is wanting to have a rental company, so that's separate, obviously. So really, just talking things through, is there any property that if abandoned, that is of any value to us?
So perhaps we'll get that legal opinion, and maybe we can require a deed restriction of some nature.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know if this is the right time that we discuss that or if it's later.
Okay.
But I would agree with you on that. I think it'd be similar to the last similar one that we heard in Yerington. Whether it's a city of Yerington or Elko or private property, if this not-for-profit goes away, all of those assets go to somebody. And whether we put some type of covenant on it that says it always has to be maintained for OHV staging site area or something like that, I would be comfortable. I think that.
So I know legal is on the video there. Maybe we can get that opinion during deliberation.
Yes.
We can get through this.
Great.
Next.
I'd want to clarify the question with Commissioner Ravago right before our break, and then we'll pitch it out to Mr. Ott, who's on the call, and he's been on since morning, and we'll have his opinion in that.
For deliberation.
And second quick thing, there's a UTV in this ask, correct?
Yes.
I just want to make the comment that it'll be abundantly clear that this unit will not be commingled with the rental, and it'll say not for hire,
100%.
owned by, not even to move items. If again awarded, that there's no commingling of this
It's
unit.
only, and yes, I'm glad that you asked that, because I was going to bring that up, that would not be utilized for rental by any means. It would be used only for the purpose of maintenance of the actual facility to maintain the grounds.
Okay.
So you did mention that you have brought in some business partners and you're currently working on establishing yourself with the Secretary of State.
Yes.
Who are your partners? I didn't see any mention of that in your application.
Well, I didn't put them in the application because they were a part of a business venture, of a personal business venture. So I didn't know if you wanted that information.
I think we need to know who the players are.
Okay. One is named Luke Hatch and the other one's name is Yancey Whipple.
Um,
They own a few, own a ranch in Hico, Nevada. They own several properties in, actually one in Nye County where there's a cabin and a ranch there. And so we were going to utilize those different locations as stops along the way when we do excursions and things. They would have no part in, there would be no, I mean, basically, they are not on the rental agreement or anything of that nature because that is only me. They are not a part of that,
So how about over here?
I had a question on the bid to develop the site. And it looks like there's line items for the building construction and building the pad for a building.
Mhm.
And then it talks about the fine grading around the building, parking area. Wouldn't Lincoln County have some sort of requirement for some type of all-weather surface for a parking area? Or will they just allow you to grub it? And use it as parking?
I actually talked to them about it and they said we're good with having the surface be gravel of some type without having to do any, can't remember what you said, the fine.
Well, it says fine grading, and if it was going to be a gravel base, there would be a cost for importing that, I'm sure. I don't think there's a site there that would, give it to you for free.
Right.
So there's going to be an additional cost, and if it's a 6-acre site or.
It should be in the bid from the, is it not in there?
No, just for the grading of it. The grubbing and removal and taking it.
Actually, I remember now that there is gravel on site there that we're going to utilize. Yeah. Or he was just going to contribute to that. Okay. So then also so if you look at it where initially I was going to rent the property and initially I remember last time, for those of you who are here, it was going to be $1,000 a month for the span of 25 years. And so we came back on that for $1. I think it was $1 a year is what we did. And then the rest of it would be more of a donation because, I mean, the landowner is donating his property for 25 years for the usage for public usage. And so that is something that we changed from last time. So.
Commissioner Adams, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Also looking at your budget, it says that the internet installation and camera installation will be in-kind match. You want to indicate who that's coming from?
That's me. I'll just install it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
And that's all I had. Go ahead.
Commissioner Glenn, is there gonna be any issues with accessing the trailhead at all from there? I mean, none that,
No, actually, that's a good question. So there, right on the property, there is an old historical marker that it used to be the border forever ago. And there is an actual, off of 93, there's an actual right of way that's already been put in place. And so it goes directly to Old Highway. So there would be no trouble in accessing the trailheads.
is any issues with Department of Transportation coming off new Highway 93 or any of that?
No,
No?
it's similar to if you've been down there and you see where what's it called? The dump. Why can't I think of the name right now? Western Elite comes off of that same highway, just maybe a mile down the road, 2 miles down the road, off of the same way. They have the same kind of a right of way that they go in there as well. So just similar to that.
I think that's all the questions we have. All righty, thank you very much. for
Yeah,
coming
thank
in.
you. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, NXT Media.
Looks like MXT is on. I'm just gonna pull up there.
Danica, I have, can I share from my screen?
Yeah, Laura, you can share. You can drive and share from your screen. That works best. Thanks, Brady.
Got it. Can you see that?
Yes.
So let me know when I'm good to go. I'll start my timer.
And you're good to go, Laura.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Hello, Off-Highway Vehicle Commission. My name is Laura Hendrickson. I'm with MXT Media. It's my 8th year on this project, by the way. Hooray. My responsibilities have included to manage the OHV website, to do the marketing, and also do public outreach and coordinate events, including registration events. When I started in 2016, this was the original website, and we brought it into compliance, being on a DCNR server, and it was actually launched on May 15th in 2017. And then this is our current version of our website. We've gone through a couple iterations, and it should also be mobile friendly. We've had over 500,000 visitors to the website. And then the top 4 pages would be that people access are the registration page, the main page, the trail maps page, FAQ, and then we have also an Off-Road Smart page where we have real Nevadans tell us their story about how they off-road smart. And we have the grant program, and we have grant videos on our website. This is typically how people recreate. So there are people, either individuals or couples or families or groups, and it's all about the experience of off-road recreation. So when we create content for our website or for social media, we always want to make sure that we're making content that reflects how people recreate. So you'll see a variety of different user types and vehicle types on our website, and then we can also reuse this content and recycle the content for social media. So our Off-Road Smart page tells how people, Nevadans from all across the state, off-road smart, and then in their own words. And then we also have what I like to call grant project videos. So we go out and we film grant projects. and people tell us their story of how they saw a challenge or an opportunity in their area and how this grant helped solve that problem. So I really like captioning that as well. Back in the day, I did some data and some research, and this in blue was from people that are registered with off-highway vehicles by zip code, and the red is with the hunters and how where they got the hunter licenses by zip code. And that is why we love our hunters, because there's such a correlation between there. So we always have had a tendency to advertise in the Nevada Department of Wildlife magazine every year. One of the big things we do is public outreach, and we go to the Clark County Fair annually. I'm responsible for creating rack cards. We've done billboards in the past, radio advertising. If local police departments need any type of advertising, we can create that as well. And then we've created a social media content library, which we can, which was approved by the state. That's what we use to post from. And yeah, we place ads on Facebook, and we get tremendous amount of reach from those. And we place ads on Instagram as well. The commission asked us to start that in October. Beasley Media Group we use for digital advertising. And that's how we target people on their mobile devices and also their desktop. Vertical Scope is how we advertise on websites in Nevada that are specific to outdoor recreation. I have really good news. We got our trademark in. I'm so proud. So the logo that looks like the state was our original logo, and then we came up with the Off-Road Nevada logo, a little more inclusive and representative of the brand. This is our trademark registration. It took 2 years to get, so I'm very proud of it. Our new campaign or the next campaign that we would do would be called This Could Be You. And then just looking ahead for the next years, we would continue to do public outreach events. I was thinking about having ambassadors from other off-road recreation clubs around the state, like send us footage and safety messages of how they off-road smart for cost savings, and also to get their message out there. So I think that was my 5 minutes. Yeah?
Close.
Went by quick. Close. Got it. All right,
Okay.
so I'm sure you guys have a ton of questions for me, so I'm happy to go through and answer as many as I can.
Questions on this end?
Hello?
Commissioner Ravago here. Hi, Laura.
Hey.
It's always tough to go last, but I would like to know, well, first of all, thank you for your presence in Southern Nevada, which is where I live and ride. I see presence at some registration events. I was a observer at the county fair. And my question is, with all the social media marketing, do you have any hard numbers as far as what body count that translates into your registration drive events? I know marketing is a tough thing to track, but could you give me an idea of floor traffic on some of your past events?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. So when we have when we have OHV registration events, one of the best ways to get people, so I know Commissioner Ravago loves Instagram, right? And so the commission asked us to resurrect the Instagram, Off-Road Nevada Instagram account in October, and it's up 126%. We've had a good reach, and you can see the bumps are when we actually do advertisements on Instagram. So we would typically, it's been effective to advertise on Facebook to get people to go to registration events. And so you can see here. So
yeah, more
website,
specifically, I was wondering if it like hard numbers. So you had I think you had a Yamaha event this spring. How many people came in? How many VIN inspections did you do? Kind of looking for that kind of meat potato stuff on attendance.
Yes. So I did over 6 registration events, and it varies based on just, I would say, the weather, and that can drastically, reduce the turnout. So unfortunately at the Yamaha event, we didn't have a great turnout. We had less than, 10 people get registered, but those 10 people were very appreciative to the fact that we came out and we helped them register their vehicles. So for example, we did have, let's say, the January 6th event with Ride Now Power Sports. They advertised for it on their Instagram account, and we also did advertising as well. And we did over 30 registrations. And but after having the shutdown and people not being able to go to the DMV to register their vehicles, and also Las Vegas being a very tricky environment because of the Metro Police Department won't do VIN inspections because they think the DMV will, but people can't go to the DMV. I still think it's good to always host the registration events. And it's a good service to the, the off-road community in Southern Nevada.
Anything else over
Thank
there?
you.
More of a commission question. How have we progressed on this sort of reoccurring service like this going to contract administrative type
Yeah,
let's talk about that during our deliberation.
Deliberation, okay.
Yeah, let's do it there.
But no question specifically for.
Mr. Chair, my comment follows the exact same question. Thank you.
John, you have anything?
No.
How about Commissioner Adams?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
Laura, I noticed that in your application, I didn't find proof of good standing with the Secretary of State.
Commissioner White, yes, I hear you. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the Secretary of State's website. If you go to how do I obtain a certificate of good standing, their link is actually not working. I called them, and then they also offer a way that you can email, and then the email is also currently not working. So they said the only way you can actually do it is do the snail mail. And so I can certainly do that to you for you if you'd like. But I just want to make you aware of that.
Yeah, ordinarily, people just take a screenshot of their page on the Secretary of State's website. I also didn't
Yeah,
find any.
Here's my company. What would you like me to take a screenshot of?
Okay.
We're active.
I also didn't find any letters from nonprofits in your application.
So I did include 6 letters of nonprofits, or sorry, I have 6 letters of support and 3 from nonprofits. So if they were missing, maybe something went wrong with the upload, but there was one from the Nevadans for Cultural Preservation, one from the Lake Tahoe Snowmobilers, and one from the Dunes Trails ATV Club.
Okay.
There was also a letter of support from the Bureau of Land Management, Southern Nevada office. Clark County said that they would do matching funds of $5,000, and also the Overton Police Department, who I partnered with.
Yeah.
I didn't put a page limit on these applications. So this one came in at 109 pages, which I was not able to put all of those online. So if that letter of support does exist in the original application and this gets awarded, then we'll accept it. If not, then we'll look for this letter.
In section 1 at question number 12, you check the box that says restoration of areas that have been damaged by the use of off-highway vehicles. How does media marketing restore trails? And I didn't see any commentary in your scope of work that you would be doing that.
I think I should have probably unchecked that box, but we do videos of people that if that comes up, if that's the subject matter that they do. So if they're, doing maintaining the trailheads, making
Just take a look at your budget. Line item 3, video production. You've got $10,000 in 2024 and $5,000 in 25. Why the difference there?
So I thought if I was starting mid-year, like 2023, right, that 2024 would be good. I mean, you guys are welcome to give me more money. I can always make that 10, or we could balance that out and make it 7,500.
Okay.
But it would only, but I think the grant would only cover the mid-year of 2025. That's why I did the 5.
Okay. And then on item 6A, the hunting magazines. You show that there's $5,235.30 each year. But if you look on page 53 at the GF Griffin estimate, it's $4,235.30 for just 2024. So you get 2 years of expenditure, and what you have in your budget is $1,000 more than Griffin has quoted. How do we get square with this?
Well, I can reduce the budget. That's it. I
I
think
didn't hear you.
I can double check with the advertiser to see what if the cost, because if you see the costs in the previous years, it was 5,200. So I'm not sure if they were giving us a discount. What page was it again? 52?
Page 53 on my end. Apparently Nikhil didn't put it all up.
Yeah, Griffin.
No, I don't have her.
Griffin,
Okay.
Griffin is on page
I
53.
think the way that they did that was wrong. So let me walk you through their proposal. So there are two different Nevada Department of Wildlife magazines that come out. One is the
Right.
Big Game Hunting Guide, and one is the Big Game Application Guide. So it would be
Right.
5,200. So it's always been 5,200 in the past for 1 year for both applications. So they only quoted me 2024. They didn't quote me 2025. So if my number is, oh, I guess I think they did their math wrong, right? Right? Because now I see what you're saying, because it's 4,200 instead of 5,200. So I need to,
If you look
I
at
need to go back to the advertiser and say, hey, I don't know if they're giving us a discount this year, but if anything, we'll make the two balance.
right, because if you look at the schedule.
I appreciate you pointing out that oversight.
If you look at the schedule, it says 2024 through 2025. But then when you look at the material due date, they're both in 24.
Yeah, he says,
February 24 and May of 24.
but the advertiser only put 2024. He didn't put 2025. There's nothing for calendar year 2025.
So essentially, you only have a budget, you only have a quote for the 1 year. And what you put in your budget is $1,000 more than the actual quote. So where are we going with this? What are we gonna do?
But I would tell you, historically, we have paid a 5,200 for a year of advertising in both the Nevada Big Game Application Guide and the Nevada Big Game Hunting Guide.
Thank you.
So historically, this has been a pretty positive relationship, right, Lauren? That we've advertised with new content, new grant projects in the Big Game Application Guide and the Big Game Hunting Guide. So two separate documents. We've invested about, I think that the numbers for print advertising are accurate. On the flip side of the coin, a similar grant was awarded at the beginning of 2022 for 2 years, 24 months, and now we're out of those funds in 18 months.
Nikhil,
So
do you want me to speak to that, Nikhil?
Well, I'm just informing the commission that we had positive results from our printed materials and the application guides, and that we're out of this advertising funds 6 months early. It's up to you guys if you want to ask questions.
I'm just trying to
But
get.
I would say,
The 2 years,
How are we going to be covered for 2 years
right,
with print advertising?
because you're right, this is a good place to advertise, because it goes nationwide. And so people that are applying for big game tags need to know there's a sticker program in Nevada. So they can't participate.
Well, with SB 205 now they can, should.
All right, so.
can I clarify for a second? So this year's NDOW ad has already been paid for, and we already have the Hunter. This is what the publication will look like. So when you guys grab the new Nevada Department of Wildlife Big Game Hunting Guide, this will be in here. And this was a hunting family from Fernley, Nevada.
Okay. That's all I had. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, let's conclude this portion of today's portrait.
Is it possible? Can I bring up a concern that I had?
Yes, go ahead.
So I did want to make the commission aware that I was out of funding, or it was originally a 2-year grant, and I did have some budget overruns, including on video production. But my concern is that I don't currently, that trail maps feature of the website started. I think that I need to talk to Nikhil about this, because can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
It's just the PowerPoint.
Oh, just the PowerPoint. Can you see the Google Analytics? No.
No, you'll need to share that screen separately.
Okay, so stop sharing, share, screen, window, or tab. My God, you see this? So the trail maps feature of the website, can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay, so in when we originally launched the website with the trail maps in 2017, one of the requests that we received from the commission at that time was to include Google Places on it, and so so we actually have to pay for Google to use Google Maps on the trail maps of the ohv.md.gov website. But Places became too at one point it was free, and then Google started charging for Places, and Google Places might be like a campsite or a gas station or something nearby an off-road trail that people could access it. So the commission thought it was a really good idea. So, but unfortunately, it got a little bit too pricey, and so they turned it off. And so we have Google has been generous enough to not charge us. They give us a $200 credit every month for the trail maps feature, just the regular maps feature, because we get so much traffic to our website. But in May or March of this year, actually somehow Google Places got turned back on. And I'm not sure, I know there's a new GIS person on staff, if that person might have done it. But the GIS person is funded by a separate grant, not me. So Nikhil, I need you to make me that introduction so I can try to figure that out. And also, I'm researching it too. I put in a Google support ticket to try to understand how we need to turn off Google Places again.
That's
It's very
something way outside this
costly.
grant application, so you'll have to get with Nikhil on that offline. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, though.
Yeah, it's very costly, and I don't have. I mean, I'm out of funds, and if you guys want me to share with you any of my other costs that I've incurred with the past 2 years, I'm happy to do so as well.
You'll have to get with Nikhil offline for that.
Okay,
Anything else?
thank you. Well, it's been an awesome opportunity to work with you guys for 8 years. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At
41.
Not bad, we're less than 30 minutes.
30 minutes behind.
I might make it home tonight. I have a blanket already.
It's not that cold.
I saw snow, Daryl, I saw snow on the mountain tops. Again, I left 112 this morning, so.
Thanks,
It's
guys.
like 100.
I drove with the government car has, you roll down the windows like this. So I drove from the airport here with the windows rolled down.
So we're gonna
Wind in
give
the hair.
Nikhil some time to get our scores entered. And again, I just want to reiterate the idea of applications having to have continuity from one section to the next. Needing to line up section 1, question 12 and 14 with the budget, and section 5 with the scoring priorities. That's my way of doing it. And my scores will reflect that. So let's go into recess. How much time do you need, Nikhil?
I'd say take an hour. Take an hour, go have lunch with the commission. Obviously, don't talk grants. Commissioner Parks is here, so let's have a good time. Take 1 hour, and I'll have a list of scores back to you.
We'll be back
So-
here.
You'll want this added and tabulated.
I'll do the addition for you guys.
So
I've got your email stuff.
we'll
That's
be in
perfect.
recess until 1:45.
Thanks.
1:45, and we are in recess now, right? I'm gonna mute this.
Yes, we're in recess.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Greg Ott, are you online here?
I am here, sir.
All right, thank you. So,
Okay, let's call this meeting of the July 17th Commission on OHV back to order. So are you ready to discuss the questions that we had for you?
Yes, let me oh, I'm sorry, I got some echo. Wanted to check my email to make sure that I didn't miss anything from Nikhil over the lunch.
Greg, so I can actually outline all these questions for you unless the chair wants to ask them.
No, you've got them written down over there. Your paper's better memory than mine.
Okay. So Greg, the first one is regarding what we've shared a few emails about. Here. All right, so the first one comes from in reference to the old 93 highway staging area from Reed Perkins. And the question comes as, if we are to award these grants, construct a building, provide internet, water, etc., what happens if that business entity that we're granting funds to goes out of business? How do we handle these assets that we've invested in?
So you have in your what's the title of this document, the request for grant applications, you do have a bullet point that says that all materials submitted for application become the property of the state and are open to the public. And upon the funding of a project, the contents of the application will become contractual obligations. So that would cause property that was purchased with OHV funds to revert to the state. Certainly, contractual language could be looked at in greater detail to tighten it up if you want to have more words thrown at it. But I think that's the heart of the protection that is being sought by the commission, right? Is that those properties revert back to the state.
So in this case, the property would remain under the current ownership. The applicant would be renting for $1 a year for the 25 years. So the money would be spent on the building and other infrastructure. If the business entity doesn't last 25 years, i.e. the project doesn't get finished.
Hang on, so the project does get finished, however, it has not been maintained for a period of 20.
Is not maintained for a period of 25 years. How do we put a deed restriction that somehow a successor owner would be liable to finishing the grant or give us the money back? How do we protect the program from having that money walk away because the business is out of business before the 25 years?
So I think you could do certainly an easement recorded against the property that would protect the public's right of access to that property for the period of 25 years. You could also do, like you mentioned, some sort of a deed restriction regarding the property and the obligations of the property owner under this deed, because what you want is for the successor property owners to be bound by the same contractual obligations that the original applicant was, right? So by recording the application, the contract, you would be able to, as long as that application was touching and concerning the land, which it is, right? Because it's renovations to the land, it's modifications to the actual property.
Correct.
Then that would touch and concern the land, so that obligation would run with the land, just like a conventional mortgage would, and would bind the property. So I think that's a good suggestion as far as recording it against the property with a deed restriction or or an easement.
So I guess, Nikhil, part of the, if we were to award this grant, then part of the things to be submitted before any money changes hands would be a contract that the Attorney General is happy with. The Attorney General feels protects the program, should the business not make it for the period of 25 years. Right?
Okay,
Okay?
that makes sense. I don't know what that contract looks like or what the deed looks like,
No
but
idea. I think the applicant and the Attorney General are gonna have to get together and figure out what the parameters are. And then the applicant would have to submit that paperwork that the Attorney General would, in the end, approve. Does that sound like the way it should work?
So that sounds definitely doable. And you could certainly make any funding conditional upon the applicant and your attorneys reaching an agreement on something that everybody felt was in the interests of their sides.
Okay? Perfect.
And yeah, since this is a newer provision, you know, there's not really a form template to go off of, but
Right.
that's okay. Everything was done first at some point.
Okay. And question number 2, or does any of the other commissioners have any questions on that? Okay.
all right. So Greg, question 2 comes from the project for Farmies Off-Road Park. So Farmies has requested $200,000 for the construction of a motocross track, right? Some facilities. And it was brought up during today's meeting that if we're working with that large sum of a month funds, are we obligated to follow NRS 338? Are we required under any larger contracts to follow purchasing guidelines that are more stringent than what our grant requirements are currently? And that might take some research to answer.
Well, it'd be based off city owning the land, right?
Okay,
Yeah, and Commissioner Calder here for the record, the way I understand the grant application is Farmies is a nonprofit who has an MOU with the city of Yerington to operate the facility. It's not a lease agreement, and it's certainly not a conveyance. So the city of Yerington has an ownership interest, probably the entire ownership interest on the project. And because any project over $100,000 by a local government entity would have to follow NRS 338 because it's public money funding a public project, it certainly seems to me that it falls under public works law and would require public works number, bidding, project management, necessary engineering, the whole 9 works, the whole 9 yards, just like a city would have to construct a street, for example.
So I will give you a tentative thumbs up that sounds appropriate. I will also give you the caveat that I don't represent Public Works. They have a Deputy Attorney General who specializes in representation of them. I can send this question to her for confirmation. Not sure that I'll be able to get a quick response back, but I can certainly get you the definitive answer as quickly as I can.
Okay.
okay. Any other questions on that same topic? Similar to
All good.
research? The third question comes from conflicts of interest. So today, Mr. Ott, we've got two conflicts of interest. One comes from Story County Sheriff and Vice Chair Mike Cullen. We also have a grant from Story County on the table. While Sheriff Cullen has not scored the application and won't be scoring it, would he be able to contribute to the discussion or ask any questions related to that project? And then we have a similar situation with the Southern Nye County Conservation District. Commissioner Bob Adams is a supervisor on that conservation district. Can he contribute to the discussion that we're about to have?
So first of all, I appreciate the disclosures, and they've refrained from scoring. So this is just a discussion only question, correct? Not a voting question?
It will be a voting question. The deliberation will lead directly to, is the application going to be granted? And by how much is it going to be granted?
Okay.
So it is an action item.
Okay. So ethically, we're in chapter 281A of the Nevada revised statutes, and I'll read it into the record so that it's clear what we're operating under. 281A subsection 400 gives the general requirements for ethical standards for public officers, which you all are through your service on the commission. Public officer shall not seek or accept any gift, service, favor, employment, engagement, emolument, or economic opportunity for the public officer or employee or any person to whom the public officer or employee has a commitment in a private capacity, which would tend to improperly influence a reasonable person in the public officer's or employee's position to depart from the faithful or impartial discharge of the public officer's or employee's duties. So basically the question is whether or not the commitment in the private capacity of these individuals would tend to improperly influence a person in that position from the faithful exercise and discharge of their duties. I take it that there is no direct fiscal benefit accruing to any of the members, correct?
There's no direct fiscal benefit from our commission members, no.
Not to the personal self, but to their departments, there is.
Right. So it's an easy question if there's a direct fiscal benefit. The association with the department makes it a little bit murkier. My recommendation in these situations is to avoid the appearance of the conflict and just go ahead and recuse entirely. However, I don't think it's required under 281A 400 through 420, which are the provisions, because I don't see the direct economic benefit. But I generally like to stay far away from ethical conflict. So I generally ask people or recommend recusal when there's any sort of an appearance of impropriety. Just protects the commission and the individual.
Okay, so I guess with that advice, I interpret that to say that Sheriff Cullen should not participate in the deliberation on the Story County Sheriff's Office grant, and Commissioner Adams should not participate in the deliberation on the grant down there for the stagecoach, but they can vote on the item as a whole, item number 11. That's the way we do it. We do this whole discussion. We have this spreadsheet that puts it together. We deliberate this grant, that grant, good, bad, how much. And at the end, we vote on them as a whole.
So you'll have a single vote at the end as to the whole grant funding scheme.
That's correct.
Yes, I think if that's the way that you're going to do it, that would be my recommendation.
Which we have in the past with previous conflicts.
Right.
Same.
scenario.
Yeah, and also I'll add, I think that's completely consistent with state law in addition to being my recommendation, which is way more important than my recommendation.
Okay. Anybody have anything else they need clarification on? About Commissioner Adams, we haven't made sure you're actually there. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, with that then, we will open item number 11. Being summer 2023 OHV grant awards. The commission will deliberate and grant project funding. Maybe.
Nikhil, is that available to where I can get it?
Yeah,
See,
I'll email it to you.
can I have the same? That's just me.
If you don't have access,
Mhm.
can you print it?
I'll print it, yeah.
Yep.
If you guys, if y'all would like, I'll kind of print all of this.
That's fine.
Oh, that can be a little. Bring your readers.
I'm trying to make it legible here.
25 minutes, an hour is.
The formatting, when I print this, is gonna be pretty terrible. Let me do a few things.
I think, Nikhil, if you just take the last column on the score, hide
Mhm.
all the,
Just all of the,
hide what we did.
Okay.
And I make it big. Yeah, you'll be able to fit it all, looking at your sheet. And where it says application, hide the application, because we don't do that.
Was that?
okay,
It should be able to
Yeah.
fit it. Because
how does that work? It gives you the applicant, project name, funding requested, awarded, and your average score.
I thought I needed new glasses.
All right, I'll format this. I'm gonna go grab these printouts. They're now in a different order than your scorecards and everything. Now they're in the order that you guys have printed.
Right?
I can move it. There's a 7:30 on here, so I'll probably.
Pretty stagnant.
It's too early. Can't make it, you gotta be here for the
I said, yeah, we don't, if we talk through the whole thing, because I have the last 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah. And then this time it'll just be me having it here. I was saying, I was like, oh, hot. Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. Has some kick to it.
Alrighty, are we all squared away and ready to go?
I have to move my flight. Is that going to be a problem?
No.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Give some money away.
So let's go in the order that Nikhil has just printed this. And just, that would be logistically easier. Sound good? Okay. So on the Mineral County staging, phase 2. Average score is 67.5. We have an idea of what our concerns are there. Anybody have any thoughts on what you want to do with this application?
I'll go first.
Okay,
I liked their application. I like that it's a second phase of a existing project. I'm not a fan of the shade structures. I've never once been to an OHV area that had shade structures in my life, but I mean, it's a nice amenity. I am, however, a big fan of restroom facilities. And so, based on the presentation, it sounded like they would know in the next few days of whether some other grant might cover the restroom facility, but let's assume it doesn't for this discussion. So my recommendation would be to award $73,338 that would cover the restroom and some of those other functions, remove the shade structures. But if they did receive the other grant to pay for the restroom facility, that money could then be used for the shade structures. But that would bring that request down from 165,642 to 73,338.
say that number again.
73,338.
Anybody have any other thoughts?
These were, was this this shade structure we're talking about that was like the picnic table sitting or parking underneath it? There was like, it was that $2,000 for the HVs to sit under, not, yeah,
For parking.
yeah, no, yeah, I've been supportive.
There's no melt your brains in the sun.
I like it. Phase 2 of a project, definitely continue support.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, do you have a comment?
No, sir.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll move on to Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship. Who wants to go on this one?
Commissioner Sparrow will jump in. Previously funded with RAD, and I caught the tail end of this approval, I believe, when I joined the commission. It was approved once, it was added on, and I believe the organization is better suited to see the project through and not run into the previous roadblocks we had with trying to get these trails and get this mapped and get it put into the system. So as presented, there was a couple clarifications on standing with I believe the California,
Right.
and I support that still too, as requested.
Commissioner Calder, I'll weigh in too. This was my favorite of all of the grants. I'm familiar with the area. I lived in Reno for 13 years. I rode in this area, rode all over Peavine. So this is a really great area to add new trails to, especially with the growth of the Reno Sparks area. And the fact that it's going to be a single track, I know that the groups I represent, Moran, and District 36, they would certainly like their permit dollars to go to the development of new single track. So I could support a full funding request for this project for sure. And it's a heavy lift, and I know there's going to be subsequent phases to this project, but getting through all of the initial planning and the NEPA, the EISs, that's a lot of heavy lifting, and I think it's got a potential big return on the investment for the state of Nevada.
Okay.
Commissioner, I have a question. What were some of the challenges historically since this was presented before?
To my knowledge, again, great support, but the group in charge of it kind of hit a wall and just couldn't maintain what they had taken on.
I think they were more geared towards going out and riding and doing trash cleanup and managing a grant.
Especially the scale. NEPA's.
Great people, but
Yeah.
it's not up to what they did off.
Thank you.
I'm gonna weigh in real quick. I've been following this area a little bit on social media, and I agree with Curtis. It's growing in popularity, and the fact that it does attach to those other areas is going to be very popular.
Yeah, you could leave North Valley and right on the way to somewhere in California, to Coldwater Lake, and that's pretty unique for OHV in Nevada.
Okay. So we're good with full funding? Says 289.97.
Yes,
Okay.
certainly from my perspective.
Talk about farming. Commissioner Adams, you're awfully quiet. You have anything?
I think it's a great project. It's sure it's a big price tag. Maybe to do it piece by piece, looking more to cut some of it off. I'll go ahead and give my time back to other commissioners as far as how to pare this down a little bit.
It seems like there's a lot of open-ended considerations. that we don't know what the price is really gonna be. I get it, they're just getting off the ground, they're getting rolling, but it's a lot of money for unknown.
I'll weigh in on this a little bit. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is a really good idea of the commission calling for the record. I think that this park is going to be a destination at some point in the future, if it's done the way it says here. What I like about it is the fact that they can bring in series and races and I think grow the community. So I'm all for it. One of the issues I have is the dollar number to start out. I think that if we were to do it in increments, and I don't know what the number would be to do that, but I like this, and I could see myself bringing my family to this park on a regular basis. So I'd like to see this go forward.
And so the question is, at what level of funding? Because we know this is just phase one to begin with. So.
Yeah, Commissioner Calder, I'll weigh in on it a little bit. Certainly, like we talked about earlier, I think there's going to be some issues with these being prevailing wage projects unless they structure the ownership differently, which maybe they're able to do. I think a lot of those costs are going to go up pretty significantly if it's deemed that City of Yerington has to follow public works law. I mean, you can add 50% to every number there, if not more, by the time the dust settles. But it is a great concept. It's a great area. And I think it just needs more planning. So my thought was, restrooms are always important. So if we could carve out enough funding to cover the vault toilet and some additional planning, that would really assist them to getting to the next step of the development of the park. And then in the meantime, those other questions could be answered, and maybe they need to restructure how the park's owned so they can keep their costs down. But otherwise, I think that would be a stepping point, having a restroom facility and maybe having some additional dollars to do some more engineering and planning for what this could be. So I had proposed $60,000. It might need to be a little bit more than that, but that's what I kind of come up with, is about 60,000.
What was the cost of the toilets on the
43.
43? Did we have an installation cost with those, or is that just?
Mineral County's is a lot higher than that.
County was 70, right?
68 or 70.
Tree trees, weed prevention. I think she said it was 42,044.
That is all the hard parts.
Oh, they're not doing toilets this time. They did toilets last time, right?
Not here.
Here. Mineral County.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a price comparison.
Did they have? So no, I just said shade structure plus grate. I think they did the toilets in phase one, didn't they?
We're looking at that.
No,
Chair, I think coming on page 6 of the application.
Page 6.
The quote for the vault toilets for Farmy's project is structure, stuff, lights, vents, conduit, electrical package.
They have it under contracts.
41,238. Could ask.
The Mineral County
Estimate.
says 68,000 for the same.
That's where the,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and then you gotta add the construction of 36,000.
Oh, that's what it shows.
Oh, that's for shade structure, so 68,000.
it's the shade structure.
Overarching
Oh, the straight shade structure of the.
Yeah.
of the bathroom.
That's what, yeah,
What was the remainder?
no, that was for the main.
No,
That's different, okay, okay.
I just kind of looked at their budget. Again, maybe their numbers are low, but I thought that.
Where's the 2,000 extra?
The toilet and maybe some additional planning, but the number could be low. I might not have factored in construction costs if that was excluded from the toilet. Well,
Can we request clarification?
Mhm.
Can we request
We
clarification?
should, based on this, Mineral County has requested $68,538 for the Tioga style restroom from CX2. I think that's a little bit higher than what our state can contract with them. They've also matched that funding with $8,600 for the earthwork to install. So that's not coming from us, that's from their Public Works Department. The Farmies Off-Road has a vault toilet at $43,638, which is more in line with our state contract.
Also, but their quote on the price for the quote is 41,238. So budget number and quote number are different. So there's a couple clarifications.
They added a bunch of stuff on Mineral County.
And I guess with the farmings, and this Commissioner Calder, given that it's on City of Yerington property, and it sounds like they have a good working relationship, perhaps the installation can be done by the City of Yerington. You know, maybe they can reduce their construction costs by doing in-kind services. So, you know, maybe the grant can be for a certain amount if they're short on being able to execute on the project. The City of Yerington could maybe close the gap either through in-kind or additional money. So, you know, just for the purposes of picking a number, whether it be 60,000 or $70,000, that would be the grant for phase one, so they could at least get started. But anything above and beyond whatever the toilet costs are, I think should be applied towards engineering planning services to work through some of those other issues they're going to be dealing with, such as water production, water volumes, access. There's quite a bit with a park of this magnitude that they're going to need some specialized engineering services for. And guaranteed, if they're going to be in the public works realm, it's a requirement by law that we have professional engineering services. So.
Okay, so in this quote, from what Commissioner Calder said, even if the commission decides to award $60,000 for the Farmies Off-Road project, only the cost of this toilet, $41,238, can be used for the toilet. The remaining has to be used for other planning costs for the site. And then the install cost here, which is cited at earthwork is $6,500, needs to be coming from a matching fund or somebody else needs to install the toilet.
We get clarification from the applicant.
That's up to you. If you open that, then we have to allow any applicants can get clarification.
Mr. Chair, I'd like, are you done? If you just kind of make a statement real fast. Just going through, and I know we're gonna go through grant by grant, our feelings on this is, to me, and once again, I know I had this last time we went through this process, kind of a strategy of, if we're already looking at, we've already awarded just the first two projects, $350,000, $351,000. We're left with $400,000. And, you know, by the time we get done with two applications or three, because I think if you look at the next one, I think coming up is the Sheriff's Office, which I think has a lot of support project. And then MTX Media, we're probably done. And
So, Scott, like we did last time, we'll rate these, see how far over we are. And from there, start dropping change. It's only really, because I don't think it's fair to start saying, well, I'm gonna short fund this one because I know later I want to fully fund this other one. Let's just do what we think is what was presented and what's reasonable, and when we're over budget, we start cutting. Yes.
I would agree with that. The only thing I would add is looking at, on the toilet, looking at mineral counties. They've got some freight in there, you know, and it may be a different line item on theirs. I mean, the cost of the toilets are the same, but in the end, we're only looking at one portion of Farming's area. So I would think that it's gonna be probably like, you know, I would assume they'll want, does the applicant, do they have power to that area? I can't remember, or were they gonna have power to it? Okay, so they don't have power to it, so solar light kit per room, solar fan per room, they're gonna want that stuff. That's my opinion, so they're gonna have $4,800 plus some kind of installation plus engineering. and, Looks like freight.
Yeah, I think we may need to up it a little bit to cover it.
Yeah, so probably a more reasonable number, even though their quote's less, would be an all-in cost of 70,000 to cover the restroom. And then, call it 10,000 for some additional planning and engineering services. So a total of $80,000 per phase.
I would agree with that.
And let's just, Commissioner Eason, for the record, let's just say it does come in at 43,000. Would you allow me to use it for other items as outlined in the grant? Such as the well drilling?
I think to keep it simple, and because I know they're gonna incur a bunch of engineering and planning costs over the life of the project, that anything above and beyond the toilet should be engineering, planning services, professional services to plan it, so it's built correctly. Because I think big projects like this, people have a tendency to get the cart in front of a horse, and it ends up causing more problems down the line. So a little bit of expense on the planning and engineering side up front will ultimately save money on the overall project. So I would say toilet and engineering, and if they can get in-kind services from the city of Yerington, and that cuts their costs, whatever's left in the grant, just as long as they're showing they're applying it towards planning and engineering, we should allow that.
I want
I can buy that.
to, Commissioner Spear, we'll kind of take a little different look at it. The bathroom is with the track and having stuff there and having activities on it. If we're not building track, if we're not funding track building, if we're not funding everything, it's already blocked off and it's not really accessible and usable. It's just a raw piece of land at this point. Having a bathroom on it for a year, sitting unused, unneeded. If we funded more heavy on developmental study stuff, held the funds from the bathroom and applied that to, establishing the engineering, getting all these questions and answers and property aligned and getting hard numbers on, the actual track build with a smaller portion this round and give them 6 months to knock this out and come back on another round. And then maybe the 297 might change to 200 or 350, but have phase 2 be more, okay, now we need a bathroom and we're gonna build a track. We're gonna have people out there and we got a race staged in 8 months.
We have had a race out there already, so.
As it
started there.
Well, it goes through there, yeah.
No, this is the pit, at least if I remember correctly, it was the actual staging area
Okay.
for the race. I think.
That could be
I didn't go.
This Commissioner Eason, I want to add for the record, this is already a staging area. On the county of Yerington area.
Okay.
So
They're already in there.
they're already, I mean, it's, I don't know if it's gone through engineering, which you're talking about, the laying out, the planning. But there's a race that's already here, so there's already activity. So I think it's.
And there's nothing there, so it'd be nice to have something, I think.
Okay.
But that's, Like I said, I didn't go, I just knew they had the race and they started there, so.
So would maybe a fund amount that could cover that, could cover this, and then a consult period with the award, what we do fund? And then propose a scope of work for the space versus hard, well, you know, the bathroom's of value. Maybe the well's more important than.
Yeah, there isn't water.
Well, I know the wells got issues with water that they gotta sort out. I think the issues are everything's kind of, we don't really know how much the well is, we don't really know how much the track is. We don't really know if it's public works or not, but get them going.
So Commissioner Vago, Commissioner Calder, in your experience, this is a world that I'm not familiar with engineering and planning costs, would $70,000 received amount, would that really move the needle in getting things aligned and getting more information that they need to get this project off the ground?
One of the numbers we used to use in this conceptual stage is looking at about 16% of a project cost to cover your engineering component. And so 16% of their requested 297, 988, 47,678. So I could certainly support it all going towards planning and engineering, because I think that would be money well spent as well, because you'd be putting everything where it needs to be placed.
Is that percentage off this phase or the whole 700,000?
It would be for any phase or an entire project. You know, you probably just allocate about 16% towards your engineering and design, which could be inclusive of planning. So I think probably on the low end, if we were just talking just a planning grant for what they have proposed, 50,000 was probably going to be your planning engineering component. And I was working under the impression it was already being used as a staging area. So if I'm wrong, then yeah, I would concur. Let's not go put a toilet somewhere that we don't know if that's going to be the staging area.
They are used to that though, so.
Yeah, unless it's going to the location of the staging area would change or something like that. So probably the safest way to approach it would be to allocate money for engineering and planning. And in the event that there was any left over from that, that could be applied to either a toilet, a well, or any other infrastructure that would be necessary. But I do think that they're going to incur some, some engineering and design costs. It sounds like there's a lot of in-kind support locally. So maybe they won't incur as much as, Joe Blow from out of town might incur, but I think the in-kind amount, probably the low end's 50,000 and the high end could be double that.
So split it in the middle, sort of, kind of 60,000 for engineering and planning and getting the land ownership question understood and set up so that the program is protected.
Yeah, that's a starting point for me. I thought 60,000, just ballparking it, that was a good starting number.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it might be a little low, but I think if they wanted to build a toilet and they had some in-kind services, they could probably do a toilet with some help from the city and still have probably 20, 30,000 left over to throw at engineering and design. Pretty good.
I think, man, Nevada needs it. It complements what we did for UPCO with motocross.
Mm-hmm.
This gets the rest of the OHV community out there. It's just, yeah.
Okay, let's put a number on it.
I like this 80,000. That's me.
Yeah, I could support 80,000.
I do the toilets and
And then plus cost.
then the rest.
80?
I'll leave just for a second. I like that, and I like to support 80,000, but I'd like to see some actual progress with people. They're already using it. We want to see some toilets. We want to see some, maybe some infrastructure. I could support even more, 100,000. I just like to see it get going, get started, and have some money thrown at it to really see some progress out
I would be more in favor of the 80 with a real emphasis on planning in the idea of something like a master plan. This is where we're going, we're marching down this road.
there. Well, I
Rather than, well, we don't know for sure really what the gravel's even gonna cost. We don't know for sure what's what, and you're never gonna know what well's gonna cost.
I'd be willing to bet gravel cost.
Well, yeah. Got it.
I'll say something, one more time, I'll just jump in real quick. I think the planning's there for this project. I think they've done some good homework on this and got a plan. Gravel, for instance, it's probably gonna come right from that pit.
There's 2 pits, and
Yeah,
one on each
so-
side, so.
I think the plan for it is there. I'd like to see it get underway as soon as possible. I think $100,000 fair. They'll really get this project moving forward and get the engineering and the toilets that we've discussed. Go from there.
Regardless of the track too, it's a staging area, BLM access with facilities. Encourages OHV use.
Okay,
I agree, that sounds good.
100 it is.
100,
Okay.
For the $100,000, I heard that we're gonna do the toilets and they're gonna be installed. Where does the other, where does the remaining get spent on? What's the outcome of the grant at the end?
master plan.
Engineering and planning.
Engineering, planning, and just getting this all rolling.
And the whole curing the ownership concern.
We'll want
Right.
a clear like path forward. What permits do we need to build a full track, right? What is required?
And
Well, we have to do,
and
we
be
have,
more definitive, definitive numbers if at all possible.
well, we have to be, first step is determining the land ownership concern, because that goes to the prevailing wage idea. That's first and foremost, has to happen first. That way, then we know whether we're paying prevailing wage or not.
And the toilet project's at a point, whether it is or it isn't, it's gonna be under prevailing wage, so toilet's safe. Anything above and beyond that might not be. I think you could also include with the toilet project, some level of parking improvement, whether that be just all weather base, road base, drainage. That could be part of, inclusive of the toilet project.
Gravel work.
Yeah, as long as it's not gonna trigger prevailing wage.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on that.
Yes.
So Commissioner Calder, in your experience, this would be a public works project because the city owns the land, right?
Correct.
Even though a not-for-profit entity is going to another entity to bring in grant dollars to fund this infrastructure, you're saying it still requires prevailing wage, even though that entity is working outside of any state law. They're following state law, but they are not regulated by the state as well. Employees, et cetera.
Yeah, I think the key is if you look at the Public Works website, they give an overall definition, public money going to a public project over $100,000.
I would agree with that.
So that's what's really gonna trigger it. Now, ways around that would be potentially a lease document, maybe could be developed, where the ownership interest changes to a degree, where the nonprofit has exclusive operating authority on the property, and the city of Yerington does not have any interest anymore. That's probably more difficult than what would typically be done as a local government would convey the property to a nonprofit, the actual ownership interest. And when that occurs, prevailing wage would not apply because now the nonprofit is the owner of the property and they could they wouldn't have to follow the public works law. And so, again, this is really kind of wonky and it's stuff that local governments deal with all the time. because some projects do just are right floating around that $100,000 level. So if you have a project that's even close to 100,000, you want to be very careful because one change order can put you over in the public works, and then you've got all sorts of problems. But most of all, the biggest problem is it costs you 50% more, and you have to follow the competitive bidding process. So that's going to be something I'm sure the Yerington City Attorney is going to have to really look at and maybe rethink the MOU process and maybe think about either a lease or a conveyance to the nonprofit. You can accomplish the same thing, but again, there could be encumbrances on the title of the property that we're unaware of. When the mine deeded the property to the city, they could have had deed restrictions on it and deed it.
I think that's all stuff the Attorney General
Yeah, they need to look at it, yeah.
can flesh out.
It was part of the lands bill from the government, so the mine bought property from the city.
So
I know that.
we'll let the Barrington attorneys and the AG flesh out what the right direction is going to be, but there has to be a cure to our concerns.
Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Vago here, just for clarity, at a hypothetical $100,000 award, we will be, I saw this line item for off-road program consulting. Who does that go to? And if so, is that based on a percentage? A 10-4 for full ask, it's 3%. So are we awarding or are we striking this off-road program consulting for now? Or are we taking a percentage since we're only awarding a percentage? Okay. Because I see grant administration at 12.5, and I computed off-road programming consulting at 10.4. At 297,988, that's 3% roughly. Does that make sense? That's page 6 of 10 on the,
Yeah, I see that.
okay.
Guess that's a question we should ask. It's off-road consulting.
I just put eyes on it the first time. This is my first time seeing it. It just stuck out at me, so I thought I'd ask.
Well, it is a matching.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Yes. So it really,
So it's a wash then.
yeah, it's
Okay.
not something that part of the.
Okay, I stand corrected. However, the grant is, okay, so we'll slide everything accordingly then.
That brings up a good question, actually. So if you drop this entire grant request to $100,000, do we still expect a 14% match on $100,000? And just reduce all of these values?
Say that again now?
They've requested $297,988
Right.
from our program, and they're bringing a 14% match, which at that rate is around $50,000. If we only award them a third of what they're asking, $100,000, we still keep that same match value at 14% of $100,000, $14,000 next. Right? We're not asking them to pitch in $48,000 for our $100,000 project.
Well, 25 of it, this Commissioner Easton, right off the get-go, doesn't occur because that's from Mr. Power.
Right. Okay.
So that's gone. Now you're looking at administrative and travel for them, which is the remaining balance of 23,000.
Then I would have to assume that the off-road program consulting is with the track and the ground and for the racing component of structuring it. Right way, there could be the next phase.
Yeah, this Commissioner Easton, again, my understanding would be you would have a fee associated with the restrooms. The remaining funds would go to engineering, which those bottom items, as far as the cost, the off-road consulting, the quote, and the fees that would go to that kind of goes away. We're going to redirect those funds to a different purpose.
Get the project solidified.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit towards like
Works for me.
leveling for the,
Right.
or whatever.
The site improvement.
Yeah.
So the cost of the toilet.
Parking
The
improvement.
cost of
Site
installation and, site prep.
Yep.
And the property cure. And engineering for 100,000. Okay?
Okay.
McKeel's done.
Oh, we'll keep going.
Okay, so
Break down.
we'll talk about Story County now, Story County Sheriff's Office to be specific. Any thoughts on that? Application.
Commissioner Spiro, quick, heavily trafficked, heavily utilized area. We've kind of supported these programs in other districts. I believe Story County would greatly benefit from the resources. I will pick their budget apart a little bit. In terms, I gotta get it up. Let's see where it's at. The t-shirts are great, but how many times do those actually get utilized and not just turned into rags type of thing? The easy up type stuff to me. So it would be, my suggestion would be help start this program. Everything the unit needs to be adequately equipped, as well as transported, and then just a simple removal of the swag items and canopy.
You have a dollar value in mind?
Minus 1,500, minus 2,325.
Minus 2,500?
Sure. And Commissioner Calder here, and maybe Commissioner Glenn can speak more to it, but the machine that they're requesting, and I like these programs, I'm very familiar with what Humboldt County received. They use it a lot and gets a lot of great PR for the county and the off-road program. Do we need a turbocharged one, or can we do a naturally aspirated one and accomplish the same thing? Just gonna add to the maintenance costs over time. If we do, we do, but if not, if you can get a similar vehicle that maybe isn't quite as maintenance intensive for $5,000 or $6,000 less, that would be a good savings.
Yeah. Commissioner Glenn, I would agree. I guess about the only thing I would say is because those guys know what they need. I didn't mean to get in there and tell the grant or the applicant what they should get. It's just based off of an opinion. But if they feel like that's the unit they need to promote their program the best, I guess at the end of it, I guess $5,000 isn't that much.
That's why Commissioner Spear, I proposed that question to him, just to make sure they didn't just jump on the turtle. Like it was, to me, he answered it and he provided me with information that would be their machine of choice compared to other options. But I'm in full support. Not everybody needs a turbo, but they sure are nice to have. As I ordered a turbo.
And I would say too, to be honest with you, that pop-up tent is probably more important than the machine. For when you're in one of those outreaches.
Yep.
You're gonna get more attention on that tent than you will the machine. Having been involved with setting up a number of tents. They'll walk right by that booth. Unless there's something fancy sitting there, which the machine will do. But anyway, I'm good for buying the machine as part of pop-up tent as well. Based on our conversation this morning, regardless of Mr. Giltner's opinion, I do believe the sheriff's department understands the constraints of the 490 money. And with the funding this all the way.
Commissioner Vago, just for clarification, and Commissioner Sparrow mentioned the shirts were swag items. So these are giveaways at these various outreach events, or is this for, this isn't part of the uniform, is it? This is giveaway marketing
Right.
apparel, correct? Okay. And for UTVs that we have awarded to various groups, the maintenance is hereafter, their maintenance is on their dime going forward, correct? We have there's not a line item here for maintenance. Is that
I
correct?
thought there was.
Unless I'm reading it sideways, so I'm struggling.
Mileage rate, yeah, makes $580 for 1,000 miles.
Okay.
And a match of 580 from the county, so it's 1,160.
I propose for full fund.
Anybody else?
I can support it myself. I think they're a great program, so. Well, I have one additional because I just bought a canopy for an organization I run, and one of adequate size that could be picked up, put down, transported, moved around, and had any sort of give me comfort that it was gonna last was $2,300. That's with logos, with the backdrop. Yes, we got options, but I know there's adequate ones for 900, but if it is gonna last more than one summer in Nevada, that might, and maybe the department has experience. Brand and have used it in the past, and it might work, so a durable one is a considerable more cost than what you proposed.
So the couple of outfits that I am around where we do have canopies we put up, we've been in the $700 to $900 left with custom
Good
tent section, and so.
Maybe I got those.
What's that? Well, that's not the fancy titanium frame. I mean, you gotta make sure you know when the wind is.
True that.
It doesn't matter what kind of canopy you have, you better be prepared for wind.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm good with both.
I mean, you have to take care of your equipment, right?
So can I make an input? Because this is a county sheriff's law enforcement project, right? If I could say a few words, we've funded county sheriffs in the past. The commission has also made like a pretty focused effort not to fund federal law enforcement. So we have to build this partnership somewhere. And in Nevada, the county sheriff's probably the right organization to build that partnership with. I don't know if our law enforcement discussion earlier of having a siloed funding for law enforcement is the right way to go. There's some state examples that we can share. But if these guys know what they need to purchase and they want a turbo machine because it looks good in front of kids, they can like crawl over it. They don't want to be interacting with the like some of the golf cart type machines. So then, yeah, it looks good to the public. It'll do the job. As far as canopies and these like fluctuating, like I could order something from Vistaprint and a t-shirt would be $5 instead of 15. Let's leave it up to that organization and just put a lump sum for their outreach equipment and let them figure out how to, if they want 50 t-shirts and no hoodies, or if they want a nice tarp and no shirts, then that's up to them. We don't know what they use it for. That's like nitpicking line items. We should just group it.
That's fine. So that 1,500 and that 825 will get blended together.
There you go.
Yeah. 23,
Okay,
326.
And then, of course, the letters from BLM.
That's a separate requirement, right? What does the commission, I think everybody should be in agreement when we ask for extra items on these documents, on these grant agreements, we should all agree that we all need those documents.
Well, that's not an extra item. It's called for right in the application, right in the NRS 490.
But it wasn't received, and we're still hearing these applications.
Well, and that's what we talked about before, that these missing items will have to be brought in before there's any money, get them out. They have to produce the missing letters of support and in good standing. The voters probably think the sheriff's in pretty good standing, huh? I hope so.
So here, I have a question about that. I mean, in most counties, BLM has a massive presence. Because, you know, go up to Humboldt County or whatever, you got a lot of BLM land. How much BLM land is even in Story County? It's a much smaller geographic county. I thought, at least the stuff around Virginia City is mostly privately owned. But when you get away from Virginia City, and I'm sure there's BLM, is there a lot of BLM property in Story County?
I don't think there's a lot of contiguous BLM property. It's a lot of that checkerboarded from the I-80 and railroad land fiasco. And then there's a lot of private property there. That being said, there's not much federal enforcement of the laws.
I think it would be logistically impossible to require every private landowner with a trail across their property to provide a letter of agreement. It's just not ever gonna happen. But I do think we need to be on the straight and narrow. The letters will be on it.
Everybody agrees with that?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think the BLM would gladly permit that letter.
I think they would, especially considering that lawsuit that just got settled. Okay, let's move on to MXT Media. Yeah. Who wants to take a first stab at that?
I don't know, being a new guy, there's so much there, I don't know what. It's like, wow.
Yeah,
And I don't even know where to start.
pretty much.
I'll take a stab at it, but I need to ask Nikhil a question. What was their last contract amount for?
I'll need to pull it up. It was around, it's 200,000. It was around the same. I believe it was awarded 140,000 for 2 years, but I'll pull it up.
Nikhil?
Yep.
On top of that question, when, on that 140, when we awarded that, how long was that supposed to go through?
It's supposed to last 24 months from January 2022. And we're out in June 2023, so it's only lasted us 18 months.
Okay.
But I'm gonna assume some of the buys that she has done for the billboards and the radios, those will run through the year.
So 2022, we didn't have any, I don't believe there were too many billboard ads. That wasn't deemed efficient advertising, but yes, the Beasley Media Group, the digital ads and print ads for Endow's hunting guides, those are guaranteed through the end of the year.
Commissioner Vaughn, Nikhil, if you could just confirm, I'm almost 100% sure we didn't fund any billboards.
That's what we strict.
Okay, okay.
Is she asking for billboards this
Yeah,
time?
she's asking for billboards.
This is Commissioner Spiro. I just want to revisit the ongoing need that's pulling from the funds, and it probably still would, but I just see this as a contract need. And if funding's awarded for this one, I would like to set the goal, and I don't know the roadblocks or the process or any of that, but I'm sure we got some people that can, is to get a decision and get a way to this type of service to be a contract, or so we're, she knows how to fill all the boxes out, but there's a lot of other media companies out there that do media as well, just to give them fair opportunity to participate.
I was like, always are like it should be a contract service anyway.
Yeah, this is a project that we kind of skated past on the last round of grants. It's been brought up that this should be a contract because they're supporting our state website, that the state owns this website. So we're supposed to be doing it through contracts. I think that within 6 months, we could put an RFP out, but we'd have to, at this point, what it's going to do is change us spending $200,000 on a grant to making like me administratively spending $200,000 for our website and media through a contractor, which is fine. It's just going to kind of change our balance sheet.
Does that would still come out of our general fund from OHV funds if it was in that?
Yeah, it only comes out of the account for OHVs. Yep.
So Commissioner Easton, so Nikia, what would say draw what we can award every 6 months by 100,000? It was under contract service. Would it go?
I hope we're not spending $100,000 every 6 months, even in contract.
If you look at this, well, a year, how about that, or 50, whatever the case may be, you would just deduct it from what we're awarding in grants.
Not necessarily until we decrease all of those reserves. Our administrative costs will continue to rise with new websites, this type of contract, anything else that we want to see go to contract, but we'll still be able to offer $750,000 every 6 months.
And if this goes over to contract basis, as I understand how that works with personal services contract, it's easier to let those out, that there is more control. For instance, if IFC doesn't like what's going on, they can shut it down.
Yes.
We necessarily can't. I mean, we can if it's totally out of line, but we have to have a reason. I don't think the IFC does.
I can't speak to that. Right now, we don't have a line item for website maintenance or anything like that. We'd have to do a work program, get it amended into our budget, and then go out to request for proposals in that pathway. Right now, the commission will always have the authority to say how much money is available and when that's available for these grants. And I'll report back to you to tell us what's in our balance sheet. What this is going to change is it's going to look like we're spending a lot more dollars on the administration of the program through this RFP, and we can still continue to award our current rate of $750,000. But now, instead of it looking like it costs $100,000 to run the program, it now costs $300,000 to run the program. And that's all coming out of the one account.
And from a user's perspective, the people that are buying the permits, that's probably more appropriate, because I think the people buying the permits are expecting staging areas and trails and, the marketing of the program. It's necessary, but it's really an overhead cost of the state's program, and it should probably be accounted for in that administrative contracts area rather than in the grant area. So, that's just from a user perspective. They're going to see what's on the ground. Most of the users who are, always out there, they're not looking up websites to watch videos. They're going out and doing it themselves. This is to really get those people that are just either starting out or, they dabble in it a little bit and they need some information, they're gonna go look. So I think that is a great way to progress. We can't solve it today, obviously, but I think that's more of an administrative cost that, you know, you can do it either way, but I think it just, the optics of it are better.
So the optics might be better. Right now, this is MXT Media is like kind of a full service, I don't want to just say media, but like a support organization. So if we need items like printed and designed that are pull up big banners, or we need somebody to represent us in Clark County, then we give MXT Media a call and they kind of coordinate where the video production comes from, printing costs, everything. If it goes to RFP, we'll have to find these services. Somebody's going to have to account for all those services.
Let the RFP as one-stop shop like it is now.
Yeah, and that person, MXT Media, might be the most qualified.
Might be, but then you also get competition and you get, I see a better product in construction when I write a specific contract for a need versus a T&M. Oh, yeah, we'll take care of you for the next couple of years. It's more controllable. You can fine tune the project and it just allows the feedback cycle, I think, to open up additional opinions on how stuff's marketed, how stuff's communicated. I mean, her reach is her reach, but I mean, my numbers personally are similar to what she was showing up there.
Okay.
And I think it creates a better, and again, this is what we got right now to work with.
Right.
Commissioner,
We need some resolution.
Commissioner Easton, so Nikhil, right now, her existing contract, when does it end?
The existing grant expires at the end of this year,
End of this year?
December 2023.
So we could technically take this item, put it on the shelf. And
We
could
could.
look at an RFP.
It's out of
But
funds
you-
right now, so I'm not going to,
Yeah.
I can't pay anything out of, our grant fund for MXT Media is about empty. I think I can pay the July bill. That means that we kind of run a ghost ship. We put the RFP out and make sure it gets funded or something gets
So
funded.
how much do we need to get us to the end of the year?
I'd estimate around $5,000 every month. What, 7 months, $30,000.
She has, Commissioner Glenn, she has 36,650 listed for 2023, so, but that also includes billboards at $5,000.
And that's all of 2023?
It shows, all I'm looking at is her budget there,
The remaining.
2023,
Okay, so around $5,000.
$5,000, and she's got $5,000 in billboards and $1,500 in social media, brochures and back cards and stickers, 1,500. Public outreach, 5,000. So not sure how many more public outreaches. I don't know how that breaks down, I guess is what I should say.
In my experience, these RFPs, especially through the state, they take a little time. My recommendation, I don't want to see a gap in the services that she does provide. And I think we could run into that, but possibly I'd like to recommend it a 1 year, a partial funding of 1 year. This gives the commission or whoever runs it or whoever I'm saying time to get the RFP out. It gives her time to make the adjustments in her system so she can be involved in it, and it gives the opportunity to not have gaps in services that we've deemed necessary for the last 7 or 9 years. And I don't know those exact numbers. We might have to do a little work on this, but
Commissioner Calder, I agree. I think if that's the direction you want to go with an RFP, so there's no gaps, a 1 year contract could be more appropriate and cut the amount in half. And I'd be looking at, under that scenario, probably 100,000 per year. And then in the interim, you got time to go work through this other process to see if there's a better way of doing it.
So at that point, why not just fund 6 months, and then you can track the results of one grant for 6 months. And in December, if we need to rebuild the account, then
Can you get an RFP created, posted and awarded by December?
I can't guarantee that, no.
Well, then I think we need to grant to next July then.
Okay.
If you're not certain you can get it done before December, then we need to go one full year. That does not include billboards. What else did somebody say? Half the social media?
Public outreach, and she's got $10,000 for video production. I mean, there's just a lot in there that I don't know. I don't know where it goes, so you would have to speak to what we need.
Commissioner Ravago here. I can, from visiting or being in the area of some of these social outreaches or public outreaches, I would like to see those continue. I just can't sink my teeth into the radio ads, the billboards, even some of the video production. Just gauging the amount of, and again, I'm not in the video space, but just the engagement. Over the last few months, I've been constantly tagged on a lot of the Off-Road Nevada Instagram accounts, but I'm a little bit disappointed in the reach. If a simple guy like me, small business owner, has a larger following than Off-Road Nevada, then I think that's a problem. You know, Commissioner Sparrow, follow him on social. He's got 3 times the following that we have as a unit. So there's a lot of room for improvement in the area of social media. I'm just not seeing, sizzle hasn't really been sold to me. So
Website, great, the
yes,
branding's great, like, there's a lot of really good components, but it's.
she is out there in my, at least my local neighborhood. I would like to see a little bit more improvement on, or just tangible.
How many followers do we have?
390, we're right under 400. And just for the record, I did receive an email from the applicant that I've yet to read, or I will not read. I want to make it a full disclosure to the commission that I did receive an email at 1:21, and I just stopped at the title because this is submitted after her presentation. So I'll just go ahead and delete it, or we'll have Nikhil do what he wants, but I'm going to leave it unread.
Yeah, that is a little disappointing. I have 2,500 followers.
Is that for your fishing or or the hair?
That's very nice.
396.
Yeah, and granted, our Instagram was turned off forever. We didn't have access to it. She's just resurrecting.
And she has made, yes,
Understand
she has made constant, there's a market improvement, and I have been, again, there's a lot more noticeable content, or at least we've been tagged on it, so I kind of check mark that in my mind. Okay, we're putting a post out there. But as far as YouTube, there's a lot of free content that can be garnered or that can be generated. I just can't sink my teeth into the throwing money at it at this time.
Do we feel like we're getting a better rate of compliance compared to what we know is out there? Like in our last meeting, I think we all agreed that when you drive through Hawthorne, vast majority of those machines do not have a sticker. So should we tell her, you need to bombard Mineral County?
I believe that should be the service of the provider to target the right audience that needs it.
Well, maybe she doesn't have the same awareness of Hawthorne as the rest of us.
Commissioner Vago here, she may be doing that already. Again, I can see what's in my local neighborhood, but if she is doing it, she's not doing, there's room for improvement for her to promote it on social, that, hey, I'm in, check in Hawthorne or some of these outlying areas that I'm not familiar with. So I know, okay, we got boots on the ground there, spreading the word and doing these outreaches.
Okay, so we'll take those 2024 numbers. Take out, video production and billboards and make that from this July to next July.
About 2023 to set billboards.
Well, we're talking about
Okay.
one year of funding.
Yeah.
We'll start with the 24 numbers. That's all we'll think about. Those 24 numbers will work from July of 23 to July of 24. With taking video production and billboards out. Sound right? What else do we want to strip out of there?
Radio ads.
Radio ads.
Chair, Commissioner Vago, are we doing radio ads at this time?
Yes.
And if so, at what frequency?
Through Beasley Media Group. I'm not sure of the frequency.
A little hard to get a handle on what frequencies they deal with. They want to talk more of their whole nationwide reach and then highlight some of their real fancy talk show people. It's tough to find out what stations they really are.
Okay.
They're not reaching me.
Commissioner
Listen.
Glenn, also, what is, on the Krevich Consulting, the graphic design, what's that, Nikhil? That's 5225, what?
Yeah, Crevice, all of our handouts are rack cards, even minor changes to the logo. All of that's done by graphic designer, Crevice Consulting. So when we need something printed, call Laura or call MXT Media, and then MXT subcontracts to Crevice. And our line item or invoice at the end of the day, Crevice Consulting has certain costs.
So that's not part of the materials for rack cards, stickers, and brochures?
Nope, that's a graphic design product.
Okay.
Separate.
I would, Commissioner Spiro, I would suspect other entities within the state have some sort of fashion of this, the Indow website, like they gotta use, somebody's gotta run their websites too, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen them, don't worry, but ours is better, which thankfully to her, it is appealing and I just, I would say the format's there, we just, or you just have to get it out there to get that RFP and to get that structure and that's it, we're just trying to find a better way to distribute information.
So what's that total once we strip out video production, billboards and radio ads? I thought we were clickety clacking.
25,000 off of 101,960.
I believe it's 76,960 30, but it's $25,000 off.
Yeah. 76,960.
Lamar is built. So Commissioner Vago here, Lamar's billboard, Beasley is digital media marketing, and then we have radio. So could you clarify what the difference is? What's digital media versus?
Yep, I think that radio and that digital media goes all through Beasley Media Group. Beasley will put out we've got 30-second time slots about OHV registration that goes out to local radios. And then that same organization, Beasley Media Group, has a list of websites where if you visit the website like atvrider.com, our advertisement will pop up in the corner and show, are you registered? Yes or no. It's like a clickbait type advertising.
Thanks, Nikhil.
The proposed funding of $76,000 is closer to what we had awarded in January 2022. We awarded $140,000 the last 2 years. So $76,000 for 1 year is exactly in line with that.
Cost of everything went up. Can we cost of living increase that? Because if it was the same 2 years ago, nothing's the same as it was 2 years ago. So whatever that total is, I would put whatever her 7-point cost of living
Rounded up to
number
80,000.
is to give her adequate funds to do the same or similar.
Well, that may be true. These are her current numbers she's asking for. So why would we adjust those? Not yesterday's, they're today.
All right.
Future pacing.
I agree. That is exactly her number.
For our record, when we see most spikes in registration, it typically comes in a rural area that has historically low registration and would funded the local county sheriff to either do an ordinance or an education program that engages with the local community. That's where we see spikes in our registration in rural counties. Clark County is kind of an outlier. They've always had the highest level of registration, and we don't know their compliance with it.
Is that percentage based on Commissioner Glenn? Is that percentage for population?
Yeah, it's not a percentage, it's just raw numbers,
Raw
on how
numbers,
many
right.
registrations.
Okay.
This one.
No, I'm just, I do have something to add, and I've been thinking about it. I see the Endow Hunting Magazine, but I don't see, like you mentioned a minute ago, ATV rider or dirt rider, or actual off-road targeting that audience. And, I mean, are we targeting the right audience with this group?
So
Who decides on the target?
Vertical Group does that, digital advertising, OHV magazines.
Oh, I see.
And it's not really print ad, that's
Right.
not printed content, it's all digital content.
Right.
There's fewer magazines nowadays, but they're still out there, you know. I just making sure we're targeting the right groups, I guess.
So we don't have any printed advertising outside of the Endow ads. I think we have done it in the Travel Nevada magazine previously, but it's not part of this project.
I'm not sure if this is, I'm just gonna add this because I've noticed it with this last Supercross series this year. Outdoor Utah, it is, the Utah group, they sponsor all kinds of events. And that, the Supercross was sponsored by Utah Outdoor, which I think is the equivalent of that OHV. Not exactly sure, but just.
Yes, kind of, but they're more like the whole,
Like our division of outdoor.
like their whole division of outdoor recreation.
My only point is here I'm living in Nevada and I'm watching Utah sponsorship. I'm living in Nevada and I've seen a lot of Nevada. So yeah, that's my point.
That would probably be more something that the outdoor recreation division or department can do rather than.
We should be involved if we can put our funds to the top of that list. Yeah.
Motocross can be where the sports thing.
Arena Cross is coming in November, right?
Okay. So is that the number? What was it?
76.
And to clarify for the record, it's for 1 year contract.
1 year.
July 23 through July 27.
7.663. Give or take.
Through July or June?
Through June. Okay, then. Let's talk about old 93.
Okay.
Yes.
You take care of your fight. Do you want to? Or-
How many more projects?
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects. And you've got about, not 3 hours, you've got about 1 hour before you have to
Let's just go ahead and change my flight to the 7 if I could.
change it till 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
So for me, on this one, I am substantially squeamish on buying this infrastructure on private property. In a company, it's not yet a company. Even though he said he's working on it. And didn't bother to tell us he had partners. And I think it's a good idea. But honestly, I think he needs to prove up how good this idea is before we put any money in it.
I'm gonna comment.
Yeah.
My comment for the record, I scored this one very low, and while he was speaking earlier, I was looking at the map, the location of this. It's very desolate, and it's an automobile valley, and I just don't see a lot of trailheads or trail possibilities there. I'm interested to know why he picked that location instead of north at Caliente or Kyoto or one of the other populated areas as a station.
His father-in-law owns the property.
Well, then that's solidifies it. I'm not real, that actually made it, it doesn't seem viable. It seems like a program where you want to start this and it lasts for 6 months or a year and then go on. It just doesn't seem right to me.
Commissioner Glenn, I actually wanted to ask Commissioner Rebago about that, what he thought, because you're the closest one to that area. You guys would be the ones recreating out in that area.
That's very interesting, Commissioner Rebago, for the record. Commissioner Glenn, I had a talk with some of our trail masters within our Dunes and Trails Club. Again, we ride locally at Las Vegas. There didn't seem to be a lot of appetite or a lot of real great interest in that area per se. And I pulled up years and years of our rides that are archived, and I didn't see anything of value that would lead me to believe that location would have a lot of interest. And I failed to ask what type of riding, what topography, but I did rely on some of the elders in our club, and there didn't seem to be a lot of real excitement about that area.
So for me, when I look at that, when I've driven through that area, and we hear it quite a bit, there's a tremendous amount of drive-through right past that location. People headed to Cali.
Yes.
So are they going to stop there instead of another, I think it's 30 miles to Caliente and drive through the mountains to Caliente? I think the idea is very sound. But again, this person has zero background in what's going on. And if you read that budget, he's wanting us to create a business with no buy-in from him. He wants us to use his labor to install cameras as income. And instead of $1,000 a month, he wants $1,000 a month in kind that he's not going to pay for the lease to his father-in-law, and call that in kind. I think he needs to prove up that he can make this happen before we put any money in. That's my opinion.
Mr. Rebago, he has made great improvement in marked improvement from the last presentation. Do those types of things need to be disclosed to the commission if there's an interest with the landowner and the grant recipient, or is that immaterial to any discussion?
Well, it certainly raised a red flag for me when I had to hunt around for over 2 hours to find out who owned that piece of property instead of being upfront about it. I don't know that it's necessarily required, but it sure raises a red flag for me.
I can say again, representing Dunes and Trails Club, at least once a year we'll ride Caliente, and like as you mentioned, that place is bypassed. I don't even know what the temperature split or break is. Is that, I just can't remember. If are we going to get? Yeah, how are you going to attract staging and even a tour company when Caliente really is a draw for us?
Commissioner Purcell, I've been through there a lot. I haven't done some hunting close by. There's some neat areas, but most of the things that he put down as attractions to go there, you wouldn't go there to get.
And he didn't even mention the Stonehenge replica. Basically, across the street.
But I mean, there's and some of it is like the sheep range. you can't go off-road, you can just go on the road or buy it. So, I mean, there's a lot of it that's, I don't know, it's kind of, like you say, it's questionable. I don't know that, I don't know.
And he was talking about that city thing that the artist guy built out there. Well, that's a by appointment only tour thing. You can't just ride up there and see it, which is really dumb. I've looked at it on the Google map. It's like,
In law enforcement, we call it.
oh, what?
And now, knowing that the water loans and land refused to pass,
You
under the land being inherited by President wife, and it just, how long it take to get there.
Yeah, it's kind
You gotta
building
keep
stuff
on
and building, all the stuff, I don't.
So we good there? No funding?
No funding for me.
So commissioners, now that you guys have had that discussion, just a reminder, there's nothing in our NRS or NAC that says you cannot use these public dollars to fund a private enterprise like this. And let's just not go down that path in the future. Even though we can, maybe we should look at NACs to prevent that from happening. But right now, this type of project checks all of the boxes. It's eligible for funding.
Sort of.
Chair,
I've got several zeros here.
excuse me, Chair. I'm gonna have to modify my, my thought was I was gonna stay for the next, but the last flight out is until 8:30. So I'm gonna, with your permission, I'm gonna just call in and head back to Vegas. Okay,
No worries.
thank you.
Commissioner Rabago also has to drop off a car, which with our cars, it's harder than looks.
Okay, then, the next outfit we'll talk about is Nevada Outdoor School. Okay, who's up for this one? Mr. Adams, we haven't heard from you. Are you still there?
Oh, yes, I'm still here. Something I mentioned when the presentation was being made is that being in the South, that other than at OHV conferences, I'm not really aware of them. I guess they can't be everywhere, but service is something you experience, and it's a lot of money to be spending. I certainly want to hear from people who in areas that they do serve.
Commissioner Calder, a question from Nikhil. What was their last grant?
So last year, they had their operations grant running. I believe we awarded them around $70,000 to $80,000 just to purchase a vehicle, to purchase a truck and a trailer out of Elko, or to be stored in Elko so that they can travel north-south down the east coast.
And I can speak from experience because I know they have a presence in Elko. They do a lot of outdoor programming above and beyond just OHV types of things. So they are very active in the Elko area. They have a great reputation for what they do. But really what my biggest concern in their grant application was the amount of overhead, which again, this is a labor intensive project to be cleaning. But to me, it seems like it was too much overhead, too much salary for what was being received. And so, again, I like the program, I didn't like the cost.
I don't know where you cut those. The one thing I don't understand is the need to rent these OHVs to do their training, though. I don't understand that.
I can speak to that. So, I don't know how many OHVs or ATVs they have. Commissioner Glenn, for the record, but like when they show up, sometimes they need 2 ATVs and they only have 1, so we'll donate 1 for them. I guess in other areas where they go, they cannot somebody's not there to donate one for them, so then they have to rent one. That's what I understand. Now, they use those so that they can demonstrate how to properly ride an ATV, and the proper operation, so.
Seems to me, how long have they been getting grants? Did they say one?
Before 2018.
That, and been in existence for like
About
20
20
years.
years. They don't own an OHV.
They do, they just don't own enough of them.
And I believe the stopping point is with their ATV Safety Institute course. They're youth focused, and that ASI course only allows them to teach on an age appropriate vehicle. So their youths under the age of 15 can't ride their Honda 400 ATV. They have to ride a little tiny one. And so we have not invested in a fleet of tiny OHVs, only for them to have that instructor OHV.
Have we granted them money to buy OHVs in the past?
I think mostly we've purchased trucks, full-size trucks.
Well, I have no problem from you.
So was this 1 year or 2 years of funding?
I think it was two. So we could fund one year.
2-year grant cycle, so hopefully they took that into account with the budget they gave us. Well, they go by hours, so 2,080 hours, for say the programs coordinator. That's
1 year.
Well,
full time, but they're funded elsewhere.
1 year
too.
full time, yeah.
The title line of the spreadsheet they created said 2-year program. So
50,000 a year to contribute to education, outreach, and training, to me, is fundamental to the program.
right.
Right.
Again,
And to get to the south areas, they need even more. But at the same time, like, is this a contract or a grant type thing? Because it's a service type agreement that they're facilitating all the other grants. We're paying them to give match in-kind funds to several other grants. It seems a little circular that,
and if you look at their website, there's a lot of stuff going on that really not part of this grant request. I'm sure they know how to segregate.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing, but so do we want to go with 1 year or go ahead with 2 years?
My recommendation still stands 2 years.
I'm going to agree with 2 years funding. And
Okay,
I'll chime in on that. I plan on using them quite a bit. They work on, so partnering with them and having our school district involved with us. I've already made plans.
and then just with that, like, they're doing that service, and so that's, they're doing their education, doing their stuff in a region that these kids they see them, they're growing up around them, they're familiar with them, they still need education on them, but it's pulling from them to go to the Vegas school or,
Right.
communities that are underserved with experienced relatives, families that are educating as they're growing up. But I'd like to find a way to, without, everything costs more money, but
I think it's great. Our high school is full of ATVs and dirt bikes.
Yeah.
Every year, so I mean, that's how kids get back and forth to school.
and honestly, the kids that grow up around that stuff are the ones that probably need formal training, right? Because they saw drunk uncle do something that was really cool, right?
yeah. I love the program. I
Okay,
know a lot of youth that have been through it.
I support it.
That's 108, 221. Okay. Southern Nye County Conservation District, Stagecoach OHV. Yes, sir.
If the Nature Conservancy owns that land, I don't understand why they don't fence it off. I mean, I know they got more money than we do.
For me, I do not believe this application qualifies for funding. There is nothing in their budget or in their scope of work except putting up a fence. They talk about signing, but there's no plan for signing. That does not promote OHV use. We'll not even talk about, there's no budget to put in the walkway they talk about. I don't think they qualify for funding.
So one of our eligible funding categories is to restore areas damaged by OHV. I think this is the kind of card that they're trying to
The
play.
budget, and there's no commentary about restoring anything. The only thing they have a budget and a scope of work for is installing a fence.
Building a hiking trail.
It's not the scope of work.
Signs.
Oh, sorry. I thought that one was.
I don't think they qualify.
Go forward.
Commissioner Calder here, even if they did qualify, as someone who buys OHV permits, again, be one thing if they're fencing an OHV area to secure it. It's a whole other thing to fence off historically used ATV areas regardless of the ownership. I think that's up to the landowner to do that. I'm kind of with Commissioner Glenn on that. So I don't think the fencing is an appropriate expenditure. If they would have put more information regarding signage to keep OHVs out of the area and maybe direct them to other trail systems, I think that would be appropriate, but I don't even think they have enough information in their grant to allow us to do that. So I think signage would be pushing it for me. Fence, I don't like it.
I'll wait a second.
Okay,
This Commissioner Leeson, I have a little different take. I think part of our mission is to support conservation. I know this isn't our land or Nature Conservancy, and they should be responsible for the fence. But this is an area that's growing in popularity and maybe, I believe in staging areas, less of a footprint and expanding that area. So for me, now I understand it's only a small, little portion of the fence, but the project has merit. That toad down there is a very contentious issue. In the Emerald River Channel, that whole baby section. So if we can redirect our licensed owners, HOV people, away from this area into, as we heard earlier, Nye County is open to OHV usage into those areas that we regulate. To me, I think it has merit.
and you're 100% right. But the missing point is, nowhere in the application do they tell us how they're gonna do that.
And that's fair. I know this.
Tell me how are you gonna do that, and I'll give you the money to do restoration, trailhead improvement, signage for redirection. That is absolutely absent in your application. Talk about it.
They talk about.
Don't have a
they talk about
plan.
Constructing. And I get that. The project is to construct a fence.
Yeah,
And to keep OHV out of certain areas so people don't ride, whether it's on Nature Services property or an area that's protected in the area that they own, to protect from people going out of bounds. So
I think we're also getting in that hinky area again. Sheriff Cullen called it. Matthew Rader is part of the Nature Conservancy and on the board of the Conservation District.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement, but I'm just speaking of the spirit and intent of, you know,
Is
what this is about.
I would say is a fence the best way to enhance, preserve and protect this area. The Walker River area, it's not fenced, there's bollards, it's blended with the scenery. The grant in theory has warrant as presented. I don't think it's at the stage to travel to every OHV trailhead. There's kind of two things going on there. I would entertain other options on fencing off. Fences isn't management. It's to keep people out. And if they're wanting to build a trail through it too, and they're like, it's not appealing. There's other options to mitigate travel through sensitive areas. I don't think a fence is the best option. And just, I don't specifically know this area. Maybe a fence is the only option. But it's my,
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. It's probably not. So I would, my take would encourage this organization and group to dig deeper and plan a little.
Maybe come up with the OHV route.
So my question is, why do you think it's maybe not the best option? What ideas, because I'm missing one of these. If this is the organization, they work together and they probably would have gone through that planning process of vetting what are the best options. And they're saying fencing is for them. I'm just curious what additional information that I may have missed.
Well, you probably got just as much information as the rest of us. But again, you can sit here and talk about all the stuff you're gonna do in these 10 grading criteria questions. But as I said earlier, for me, the type of project, your scope of work, and your budget, and the 10 questions all have to line up. And this does not. Absolutely no plan for any but a fence.
Oh, wait, I may have misspoke on the traveling around. Is this the grant that had the exploration?
No.
Right, sorry to that. Scratch mine, but the fence still says the same on my part.
So,
Apologies. I just look like, wait a minute.
you know, if all that other stuff is in different phases, you should have called that out. They should have made an actual effort to present us with what those plans are. And looking at the size of that piece of property, you know, I'm gonna build a walking trail and a trailhead and do signage on $22,000. You're not gonna get it done. That's not fully baked.
They're really lacking some information even on how much fencing, how much, I mean, yeah, they kind of have it, but it doesn't, it's kind of too vague.
Okay, we're good with that? No funding?
Can we agree on putting the caveat in there to bake this cake a little more and
Yeah.
come up with a better proposal?
Bake that pie just a little bit more.
The idea is great, I just don't know that. I mean, if it's a sensitive area, that's great. If it's that sensitive, the Nature Conservancy could probably fence it too. So,
After $22,000, a multi-billion-dollar international firm. I over here want $22,000. But that's not the basis of my not supporting this.
So just to clarify here, the Nature Conservancy isn't asking for these funds. Southern Nye County Conservation District wants to receive the funds to do work on Nature Conservancy.
Yeah, it's their line.
They're the not-for-profit doing the work on the property.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Shall we talk about Vegas Valley four-wheel drive cleanup effort?
I'll weigh in. I'm not from Southern Nevada, but well, I mentioned the illegal dumping problems. We have it all over Nevada. And if they do have that relationship with BLM where they can go out and remove illegal dumping areas, with the exception of automobiles, I think that benefits all the OHV users. So I think 20,000 is too much, since they're just organizing occasional cleanups, but I wouldn't mind throwing 5,000 at it and letting them use that money to help organize cleanup days and try to market those to get volunteers out there to do that work, because it's pretty hard to get volunteers to go out and clean up illegal dumping areas. Those areas just seem to attract more illegal dumping, and then nobody wants to clean it up. So that would be my thoughts.
We funded them for something previously, didn't we?
Yeah, so we've given Vegas Valley four-wheelers some seed funding. They've received a enclosed trailer. They've got it fully wrapped with a number of our logos. All of our partners are on there. They host the Hump and Bump event. They've hosted a number, I think 3 trail cleanups over at Logandale Trails. All of the funding so far has been focused on Logandale Trails. This funding proposes to have 1 trail event every other month for 2 years. With this, they've also been set up with kind of all of their like a little OHV from 5th gear, the trailer, and they've got a tow rig that they're using personally. So this is just funding for them to expand their scope.
2 years, every other month.
Every other month for 2 years is what's proposed.
So I am very skeptical on that equipment rental. If you really break that down, 24.5 days, they want to rent a skid steer. I just don't see it. I'm not up for the equipment rental, to tell you the truth. He mentioned that they do have folks on hand that they can gather up equipment from. I would suggest they go that route.
The equipment's 2,600, is that right? Reading that right?
2,600. Well, that's the question. When you look at the quote, that's for weekly rental, which includes a $300 pickup and drop off. So they're gonna rent it for 1 day, 24 times, spend all their money and pick up and drop off.
I have a question. Is there any other equipment in Southern Nevada that could be used that was been purchased by the firm?
We've got some OHVs and trailers down there, but no like skid steers.
Commissioner Glenn, I thought what he said was that they had a working relationship with someone there, so they got a good discount, and so that's why they were able to get that many days out of it for that amount of money. So
He did say that too, but I think he said they have volunteers with equipment.
oh, okay, I missed that. Sorry,
Maybe, did he?
I didn't. And Commissioner Glenn again, I didn't realize that was for 2 years. I thought that was just for the next year. So
Request a comment?
Yes.
yeah,
Hi, this is Kevin Bailey.
Okay.
And Commissioner Glenn, you did hear me correct. We do have a local company, which is the company.
Oh, yeah,
No,
I see that right on the budget. I thought that he was asked for, I thought they were asked to, by BLM to go do, because they were doing such a good job in Logandale that they were asked to go do cleanup in some other areas, so.
There is some commentary in there that talks about they will do other projects as BLM requests them to do.
Oh, okay.
this commissioner's on go.
Commissioner Cummings. I'm a fan of the idea of the cleanup, broken window theory, you keep it cleaned up, it's gonna stay cleaned up kind of thing. And I like that. I honestly, if you break it down over 2 years, I don't think that's kind of much.
1,666 of cleanup.
1666. Yeah, we clean up in Stewart County quite a bit, and it's always the volunteers or it's on county dime. And it can get expensive, but I think that, no, I don't think this is too much.
I would agree with that. I wish Commissioner Ravago was on here because he